Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts as we forgive our debtors. Forgive our debtors as we forgive our debts. Forgive us our trespasses as we forgive our trespassors. Forgive our trespassers as we forgive our trespasses. Lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. Amen. Jesus, in your name I pray for a very blessed, holy, and sacred day. God, forgive me for my mistakes. Thank you so much for the residence permit, and please forgive me that I did not wake up at 4. Please forgive me for taking the rest today. I feel like my body needed it and my shoulders needed it. So, thank you. Check. Chickity, checkity, check. All right, cool. Okay. Yeah, good enough. All right. So today we are working on what? What are we working on? Let's open up Notion. Let's do our job. Come on. We're working every day. We are working every fucking day. And this is what it's going to be. We're working every single day, and this is what it's going to be. Every day there must be work. EFT course. Okay, cool. Perfect. Yeah. Right. Right. There has to be a video specifically for introducing the course. Oh, well, that should be it, actually. Shouldn't it? I don't know, man. I don't fucking know. It takes time. #21 of shit. I did not hit the save point, motherfucker. I did not hit the save point yesterday. Damn it. All right, there you go. Done. All right. We definitely need to compile all the scripts, and it needs to be as simple as we did it for the first set of videos, the EFT for posting anxiety, and we're going to replicate that process over and over and over and over and over and over and over again. Yeah, done. Let's take a break right now, though. Siri turn off the alarm?
I turned off your sleep alarm at 4 o'clock.
Hey Siri, turn on all alarms. Hey Siri, turn on my sleep alarm.
I turned on your sleep alarm at 4 o'clock.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna keep going. I'm gonna keep going. Oh man, oh, shit. Feels like there's so much always to fucking do, but I gotta get through this. I have to get through this. All right, here we go. Let's get that working. Start a walk. All right. Do I still have an Instagram account? Do I still have a TikTok account? Let's see. Let's see what happens here. Yes. Okay. Let's see. Good. Done, 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 done. All right. Now, still got all the social media accounts, so that's kind of good, right? Okay. That's going to come later. All right. Now, we have to fix up the script here. Okay, now backtracking for a minute, comma. Before I continue to create more of the EFT videos at scale for this particular playlist that I'm working on, which is EFT for purpose-driven people. Comma. We need to update and make some cleanups to the template. I feel my back is a little bit tight right now. Not good. Fuck. Okay, unedited. Deep work, deep work, deep work. Let's keep working. Just keep working. Attached is the original EFT long form template, period. What we need to do for the template, these are some of the mistakes that I see that we need to really work on and address, which is we need to make sure that section D is intentionally blank because, again, remember, the whole point of section D is just the plain generated output, period. And that generated output comes from section C, period. Also, we need the teleprompter ready script only to be copy and pasted into the teleprompter script callout block. And what we need from section C or section D, I don't know how we're going to do this, so I need you to really figure that out, is we need to think in terms of chapters, because this starts with YouTube as the long form, period. So I would really like to see pretty much the same thing from the section C, in terms of the orders of like how to do the entire script in a very logical flow. But we need to make sure that we have chapters, period. So the way that I see it is like the EFT script or the framework still follows, the hook, the promise, the open loops, all that stuff, and then has the payoff at the end and the promise of the video and all that stuff. It has all the stuff, that's that entire framework for creating a good video or as good of a video as possible. But what it does is that it now organizes it into chapters. Okay? I don't know if that makes any sense here. So we still want to keep everything that we have, but we just want to make sure that when it comes time for section D to have everything it needs, it organizes it into chapters, period. So I don't know how we're going to do that. So I need you to figure that out. And basically, I need you to look at this EFT for posting anxiety template that we generated, because that's pretty much what we want. We want that video script put into chapters where I could just literally read off the teleprompter, period. The other critical thing is that it has to be written in such a way that it is in 5th grade language that anyone can understand, okay, or 5th grader language that a 5th grader can understand. And we also need all forms of redundancy removed, period. And I don't think that this script necessarily has that, but I noticed that when you generate scripts for me, it's like you're posting up too many questions. And we just need it very direct and straight to the point. I like how this posting anxiety script came out, because it was more like, here's the hook, here's the problem, by the end of the video, here's the disclaimer, and then we started tapping by like the first 5 minutes, which is great. That's what we want. But again, remember that these EFT videos should always be pointing down to the next video, to watch the next video, okay? And we need the outro, the call to action, to have that next video to watch, period. Also, yeah. So I don't know if that makes sense. And if you have any questions to clarify that you need answered, please let me know. Otherwise, here is the script from the EFT posting video. We need to make sure that the changes are applied to the master long form template for the EFT long form template. And then we need to apply those changes. And what you're going to do is you're going to speak directly to Notion AI, and you're going to tell Notion AI what needs to change here. Okay, and it needs to be all in one message so I can literally just copy and paste it. Does that make sense? Question mark. Let's see what happens. Yeah, let's also take a look at the template itself. EFT long form template. Oh, shit, man. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. That's not so bad. Right. Let's get that teleprompter script. Right. There you go. For today's deep work session, we have to make some slight adjustments to the EFT long form template. And I ask you to please make sure that you read the following message from Chat GPT and execute only if it makes logical sense and does not break the template and how you would output something, period. So please read this over, and if it makes sense, execute on it. If it doesn't make sense, stop and tell me why before you do anything, period. And also, just to note, I created a teleprompter script call out block here, which is now called section E. So if there's any instructions to create a teleprompter call out block, it's already here. But if there's any instructions that need to go in here, put it in here, okay? All right, the metadata is very important. Yeah. Okay, so let the agent do that now. Okay. Okay, so this is all section C. Right. Script logic. Section C is the exact output for section D. Right? Good, good, good. Okay. That's cool. Right. 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 Mm-hmm. Cool. Yeah, that's good. That's good. There's not so much now that needs to get edited here, which is nice. It's pretty good. Oh man, it's just it's work right now. It is just work right now. Yes, that's good. That's good. Whoa. No, 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 no. No. Ah, motherfucker. Okay. Hold on a second. Let's see if we can fix this up here. Fuck. Fucker. Audit this template update, comma. It seems like chat Notion AI deleted the stuff to generate underneath each section, period. I have to very much stress this. I want pretty much the same uniform thing so I don't have to think about it, period. But yet Notion AI deleted the sub-level content underneath each section header, period. How is it going to know what to produce there? Question mark. Here is the template update. If you look at both the PDF, the original, and then you look at the updated template, comma, there is no mention of exactly what to generate and say for the agent when it outputs the script for sections like brief Gabriel intro or disclaimer, for example, period. How is the agent going to know what to say or what to copy down? So that way I have the teleprompter ready, script, question mark. Man. Here's what we're going to do to simplify this, period. In the new EFT long form template, we have the section 2 under section C, which is the teleprompter ready script stuff, which I like, period. Basically, you're just going to tell Notion AI, going to print those sections from the old template, and you're going to have Notion AI only update that section 2 underneath subsection C. 2 underneath section C, period. Does that make sense? Question mark. So basically, just reprint word for word what you see in the PDF for all of those sections, and then have ChatGPT map to that. Notion AI, insert that underneath section 2 of the new updated template, basically. So I said literally only have a section 2 reprinted right now. That's all we need reprinted right now. And it just needs to take all the content from the EFT long form script template PDF that I've attached to you in this message. What the fuck is going on here? Two, three, four. Yes, that's better. Yeah. That's good. Yeah, just 3 sections maximum. Right. Right. That's good. That's better. I hope. Okay. That's good. Okay, now, comma. I need you to audit the entire template once again. And let's make sure that we're on track here. Period. The idea here is that we're going to copy every single time that we generate a script, comma. It is optimized for watchability and rewatchability, which means that it needs high retention capacity, which means there should be no redundancies, which means it should deliver the value and deliver on its promise and actually pay off the viewer. And it should be just very clear, easy to go, period. We did another script for a video that was about you are made of parts. And I really like how that came out because it was very low friction, because the first original version was very high friction. And I couldn't see exactly where my talking lines were. And so what I need from you now is to look at this updated template. And we need to make sure that whenever section D is generated, it's generated in the form of chapters. Sorry. E, which is now the teleprompter ready script, is now created in terms of chapters, period. And we also need to ensure that section D, whenever it generates its output and we have the metadata section, comma, the chapters get copied along with the bullet points of what to say, period. We already know the framework, right? So the framework from section C.2, C, comma, subsection 2, the whole thing with the copy paste teleprompter script, we already know that that's good. That framework, that whole framework is good. We just need it packaged into chapters so that way when I'm doing the metadata, it's very easy for me to go into the video, copy and paste in the description, and then just set the times. Does that make sense? Question mark. So please look at this template overall. And if there's anything that's broken with the template or any redundancies that are in the template, please make sure to identify it and tell Notion AI what to clean up now. To clean up now. You got to reprint your instructions to Notion AI, and everything has to be in just one big block, like a writing markdown block that I can just literally copy, because this is too much to copy paste back and forth. So reprint that entire thing with the Notion AI direct instructions and make sure it's just one block. Yeah. Something like that. Okay. Right. 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 That's exactly how it would be, right? It would be packaging and then the actual elements, the framework as a script. Ah, right. It's packaging, which is title, thumbnail, etc. And then it's copy paste teleprompter script, metadata, etc., etc. So it's really just a matter of having every single, what's the word I'm looking for? It's really a matter of just having every single section of a video generated for the agent. Good thing I'm doing all this walking right now, man. Break. Okay. Outro, call to action, watch. Okay, here we go. That's what needs to get cleaned up, I think. Metadata is good. Title, description, hashtags, tags, pin comment, chapters. Okay. That's pretty good. Okay, now let's get an audit on this template here, period. Remember that the goal here is to have a very easy to produce EFT tapping video that provides serious, massive value to someone if they actually do the work with me. And the entire script must be generated so that I can quickly read it off of a prompter and then incorporate my soul and my language into it in addition to the generated script, period. The script that's generated must model the framework of a high retention, high rewatchable piece of content. The goal is for evergreen capability. So this should be very easy to view 10 years from now as it is today, basically. So these are my musts for this thing, okay? It must be high evergreen capacity, highly rewatchable, high retention, period. Even if it's an EFT video, the idea is that if someone actually does it, they get massive value. So those are my bullet point criterias, basically. And also, the language must be fifth grader language, and also the actual teleprompter script. The actual script that gets generated must make logical sense in terms of a framework for a highly rewatchable piece of content, which has the hook, all those elements. Every single video must be script generated by its chapters. So we should know that when it comes to the teleprompter ready script, the chapters that are shown in the description are copied to the teleprompter call out block, and then we have the bullet points of the script generated, period. So it needs to be very clear that whenever there's a script generated, it's in bullet points of what to say by chapter. So chapter is first, and then the bullet point, period. Also, there cannot be redundancies. We don't want to repeat the same thing over and over and over again. We want to be very clear and direct. And let the viewer rewatch if they need to, period. How well does this template do that? Question mark. Also, can you write down in bullet points my wish list so that I can copy that to the about section of this template on my own? And if there are any updates, tell Notion AI exactly what to update. Patches that must be made, tell Notion AI. Yeah, that's my criteria. There we go. That's good. Okay. Into chapters and teleprompter script. Chapters and teleprompter script. So all we gotta do is just think in terms of templates. Let's see what's up here. Strong volume. Weak. Weak. It's already telling me that it wants to go up. Volume is picking up here to go back to the point of control is what it seems like. But still, look at that. What'd you get right there? So once again, the same ideas still apply though from the point of control. Where do we break out from? Yep, that would be the candle right there. That would be the entry candle. And that's your 1 to 5 right there. And that's how we got to think. We have to think in terms of that. Point of control at each level. Point of control, point of control, point of control. Nah, terrible. Always want to be trading from here. Stop loss could be right there. Come on, man. Look at all those wicks. Look at all those wicks. What do you think those wicks are telling us? Grab liquidity, liquidity, liquidity. Probably. Yeah, right up in here. Oh, but you did that probably. Right? That was the high. That was the low. And now, what we're trying to do here. Please update the damn thing. Damn. More volume. We're hitting that threshold now. Well, look at that though. Strong volume on the close. Weak close back. Strong rejection over here. There you go. And then what?
please audit the template and grade it now out of 100% in terms of its clarity on and its completeness in terms of what my objectives are for that piece of content. All right, tell Notion AI what needs to be patched up. AI, what needs to be patched up? It's very likely we're going to see it close above or something. Oh, but you still got this area right here that hasn't been filled on the major time frame. That would be the 5-minute major time frame if you actually took that approach. And over here still too. That would be your level, wouldn't it? Do I have any orders pending? Nope. Order history. Okay. Done. Read the following message from ChatGPT and execute its instructions, please. Execute its instructions, please. Yeah, but you see, that's also the same idea here too. If you go from here to here, that's 62 pips. Therefore, why would I spend my energy going to the lower time frames and train the lower time frames when I can just hold on to this for 16 hours, add my targets here, and then be done with the thing? Doesn't make sense. It doesn't make any logical sense to me. When I can say, hey, if as long as I close above here, I can say, okay, let's take the trade and let's add this into here or whatever the case is, you know? So 1 to 3. And we make sure that if we get stopped out, we just go back in again. And still, regardless, if you even come up into here again At some point, you're going to get it because you already know you have stronger volume. Oh, look at that. You don't even have the volume on the close. You have the volume on the close here. Duh. Come on now. Come on now. Take the trade from here. There you go. And then you have additional trade 1. You have take profit here and additional trade 1, additional trade 2, additional trade 3, exit. You could do that and just set those levels for the week and then just be done with the whole thing. Okay, so to confirm you have executed this already, question mark? Okay. All right, now, the next thing here is Notion AI said it made its updates. Can you confirm this based on what you said for it to do? Okay, then please give Notion AI another patch update because we only need just one round for each. So make sure that that wording is very clear. And it feels a lot cleaner to me too. Please read the following message from ChatGPT and make these updates now. Yeah, like I don't think there is really that much. I don't think there is any need. Like, really think about that for a second here. Like, if I have these levels, I already know these are the levels. Why do I need to waste my time in front of a screen to actually be up in here? And I already know my criteria is I need at minimum asymmetrically speaking, a 1, 2, 3 minimum. Yeah. Why would I need to trade it any other way? I don't know if that makes any logical sense to me. Now, if I wanted to use the argument of, okay, but what if you just wanted to take this trade right here, for example? You know? Okay, well, let's put it to the test here. No, you wouldn't have done it, right? You would not have done it. If I would have said here, you know, from here, yeah, that's a possibility over the close here. That's a real possibility now. Underneath that wick, that's a 1 to 5, yeah, sure. But even still, that 4-hour time frame, that close here, that's the real deal right there. Look right there, right there, right there, right the fuck there. Right the fuck there. Look. Even still, man, it's still the same thing. So why would I need to trade that? Why would I need to actively sit here on this chart? You know, is that someone being bored? Is that part of me that's the bored part? It's like, oh, I gotta fucking do something here. That's a 1 to 6. Sure. That's a better R. 4 hours, better R for sure. Right. But on something like that, you need to make sure you have what? Right. You need to make sure, because you might have to come down, retest the fucking thing. Either way. Regardless of how you put it. Yeah, and then by that time you get all these false breaks, and then you don't come through, you know, unless you went like right here. That's worth it. A 1 to 13 in that regard then is worth it. And that would be like the only time that it's worth it. Otherwise, you're waiting 3 hours here in the afternoon, 25 minutes. In a span of 20 minutes, you're waiting. Yeah, that could have been it. Maybe. That's also weak volume too. So can you really say that? No. Maybe there. Okay, 1 to 20. Yeah, that's pretty juicy. That's pretty juicy. That's what I'm talking about. That's the juice. That's the juiciness. That's what I'm looking for. That's what I would be looking for. That precision entry like that. A 1 to 20, my goodness. On a 4-hour time frame, you couldn't see all that. Now, could you? No, you could not. So either which way, you're still waiting for the close above a certain level. One of those bigger levels to ride it in that direction. You're still waiting for that. Right, and then this is the rejection candle here. Right, it's very weak. But then, you know, you take out these, take this out. And still, that's a whole day waiting. So, it still only makes logical sense for me to say 4 hour, and then you come down and you find that massively insane fucking entry. 1 to 20. That probably would be it. That could take me a week, 2 for waiting for something like that, but a 1 to 20, god dang. That's pretty nuts when you think about that. All right, now, let's go up in here. Let's go to ChatGPT. All right, now audit this template update period. Where do we stand now in terms of meeting all my objectives for a long form piece of content and delivering maximum value to the viewer? Question mark. Oh my God. All right. Before we do any more updates, let's just be really clear that the idea behind the section A prompt is for the agent to read section B, comma, C, comma, the brand compass, and all the other blocks to help it get context. So that way, when it executes the micro prompts in section C and generates its output in section D, and then also outputs the teleprompter script in section E, comma, it just basically follows those main core elements, period. So please make sure that we have section A be very clean, but also make sure that it doesn't break the fucking thing. So if we need to do any removal of certain things, then please just do that. Or if we need to make patch updates, then just please do that and tell Notion AI what to do so we can wrap this up, please. Yeah, I'm doing this a lot faster, man. All these things are just little tiny updates. Tiny updates. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I couldn't say, you know, like, hey, we absolutely need this. There was more volume here, yeah. Look at all these fucking false breaks. Look at all these false breaks, man. Oh, we're probably gonna test up here and then come back down. That's a possibility. But by that time, it's already game over here. Weak volume. Okay, stronger volume. Stronger. Nope. Nope. We should expect it to take out. Yeah. Duh. That's where all your fucking, your thing is right there. Yep. Weak volume here on the close. Strong volume open. These are the moves we need to be looking at here. This is how we do it. Gold looks like it's pointing up. This is up. It's also confirming up. And even still, if I go down to the 30, honestly, we're on the 40, we're on the 4 hour. Yeah, the only reason for me to trade any of those lower time frames, I believe, my belief, is if you want a higher, super high entry, right? You want the mega entry, right? So even right here, this is it. This could be like your entry right here. Okay. Still all signs pointing up. Where is gold on here? Oh, right. That's your stroke. Okay, that's a little long. Okay, so it's within this band right here. Right, that's the range. That's where gold is. These are its levels right here. And let's see, we'll put a thing here. That could take, it's already 112 days within that range. You're not going to take it for a swing trade for 112 days or a position trade. It's 30 days. No, that's already not it. It's already not what you would do. Please audit this template and ensure that Notion AI did what you told it to do without breaking the template. Right, and then crude oil right here. Where are we on that daily? We close below. You close below with strong volume, yes. And then that's when you would have taken it. Yes, that's exactly. So it's fucking pointless. Unless you want a micro entry to get the best R, there's like no point. Yep, strong volume here. Weak volume, that's telling me that. All right, so let's see here, here, back through here, back to the point of control. That's the move. That's already the move. That's always the fucking move. Point of control. Yeah, back into here. Yep. All right. And if you put your levels in here, look at that. What could you have done here? When you set here, point of control, go from the high, take that. Nope. Yep, that's why you got to know that. That's why you have to know that. This is the 4 hour. Okay. $30 minute. 30 minute. That's all right. If you go from 1 to 7, how long are you waiting for this for? A day. That's 1 day. That's 1 day's worth of work. So if we say 2 hours, that could be your move right there. 32.8, followed by the 8 hour. Right, and then you're just holding it for 2 bars. Right. Stronger volume, yes. If you're executing from that time frame, yeah. How do you know? Yeah, that's the thing. You got to know what's your level. That's now the decision factor for me. Okay, we already know we're going to close through here. Okay, because we got higher volume on here. Fine. That's fine. 5 minute. There we go. That's your 5 minute. Right. So it's either going to be a clean break or a break and retest. That's what you're looking for. That's what you're going to be looking for here every time. Yep. Like that's substantial. But you would have gotten stopped out. 1 to 4. How long would it have taken you? Yep, by that time, it took you 35 minutes within one candle. That's what you have to know now. That's what you have to know now. What's the objective here? What am I trying to accomplish? But the answers are there. All right. Let's look at here. Okay, now the next thing I need you to do for me is I need you to please audit the entire section C because I think there may be redundancies here. For example, packaging. Watch next. We have a watch next and then a chapter map rule. Map rule outside of the section C point 2, which is the teleprompter ready script, period. Should that be there or does it break if we remove that? Remember that the teleprompter script section should basically have all of the logic. And the way that I see it now is that for section C, we just really need to focus on 3 main sections of a long form video, which is the packaging, comma, then the actual script, which must be generated in bullet points, and then the metadata, so that that's for post-publishing purposes, period. Please audit section C only and give it a grade out of 100% in terms of if the AI or the agent were to execute the prompt in section A, comma, would it be able to generate the output very cleanly into section D and the teleprompter section in section E from section C without any hassle? Question mark. Okay, give Notion AI instructions then. Okay, while that's doing that. Yeah, I gotta ask myself where I want to execute from. Right, that's I think the bigger issue here. Point of control, less volume. We should expect a reversal here now or some shit, but we need fundamentals to tell us that. Whereas if we go all the way down to the 30, oh look at that, boom, crosses that level. Right, we want to see more positive. Nope. And even still, look at that. Look at that long fucking bearish candle without the supporting volume. There's supporting volume on the, well, there's a supporting volume on the break, supporting volume on the break. So then you wouldn't take it. Supporting volume. So you would have to have a very specific setup if you're going to trade anything like that. Rejection candle. Still, you wouldn't take that because that's not the right R. All right, audit the template again. Please audit the template again, especially section C, comma, make sure to audit and look for whether or not Notion AI executed the instructions, and also instructions, and also whether or not it has the, what's the word I'm looking for? Has any conflicting logic, period. Grade the entire template out of 100% in terms of my objectives and the clarity and the ease to not confuse Notion AI or any other AI tool for that matter. Period. Remember, we just need to put in the idea and then have Notion AI execute, and then that's it. I mean, like, this is on average like 14, 15 pips right here. Yep. 15 pips when you know that the markets move in a day like 31 something pips. That's 2 hours. So, God damn, man. How many fucking updates do I need to do here? All right. Please read the instructions from ChatGPT and execute its instructions, please. Oh, come on. Focus. No trading right now, man. Yeah, this is what I gotta now unfuck myself from here. Please audit the update. Please audit the updated template, comma, where are we now? Question mark. All right, so let's just make sure we got everything here. So section C should have the packaging. Section 2 Da 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 da. Ba ba ba. Disclaimer. Setup statement. Okay. Metadata. Copy paste template. Template paste template. Okay. I have been asking ChatGPT to basically audit the templates and to look at any breaks, period. I want you to read this message from ChatGPT and tell me if you agree and tell me what grade you would give this template in terms of how you follow and execute, and if there are any updates that you would make to tell ChatGPT. Break. This was Notion AI's response. What do you think? This is the template. And now we got to run it. Okay, so tell Notion AI what to do. Read the message from ChatGPT and execute, please. Okay. Okay, here is the entire template once again, which is now the new updated master template, period. I need you to look over this entire template now, comma. I need you to read the about section first and look at my objectives or my wish list and tell me if my objectives would be met in this template if it were to be executed, period. You got to give me green checks and red X's and all that shit. To confirm that all my objectives for that piece of content would be met. Right. I want actually a fourth section. Okay. So let's close this out here. Okay, this is the original. Let's see how this outputs now. If let's say I said, this will be the piece of content. Okay. All right, let's put this to the test, please. I need you to create let's put that to the test. See how long it takes to output. If it takes a long time to output, then we already know. We already know. We're already gonna know. There's a lot of rejection here. Mm-hmm. Friday. Hmm. Okay, that's right. 21 pips for the day. Yep, gonna need that system. Gotta wrap this up. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Ah. Boy. Yeah, I'd rather check the markets like every 4 hours or something like this. 30 minutes. Eh. Don't want to make it more complicated than it has to be. Okay. Oh shit, why did it break that? Okay. Okay. Interesting. Packaging. Interesting. Okay. Huh. Hmm. All right. Please look at. Hmm. Okay. Hmm. It's fairly good. Why did it do that though? Okay, please diagnose the problem here. Because if you look at section D, generated output, and then you look at subsection 3, which is for the metadata, why is it that there's a whole bunch of gobbledygook here of mess here after the chapters section, question mark? Look at the locked template and tell me why is it that this did not output in the way that we needed it to, question mark. As a clean line by line thing, question mark. Hold on a second. Let's do. Please diagnose the problem for the output of if you look at section D of EFT for fear of judgment and criticism, comma, what you're going to find here is section D, comma, section 3, which is the metadata section, comma. At first you have the chapters all organized, but then there's a point where it starts to break and it looks like it's all jumbled up together, period. Please look at the long form template and tell me what is the issue here so we can patch this. Okay, I need you to look at the output from section D, comma. It looks like there's a formatting issue or something. Here. Please create the patch for the formatting only for the EFT long form template, period. because I'm going to rerun it again. Please make sure the formatting for whatever sections necessary are clean, period. Do not delete anything that would break the entire fucking structure, period. Only make sure that the formatting is clean so that we get the output that we need. All right, let's put this to the test once again, period. I need you to execute the prompt in section A of this updated template now. Wow. Yeah. What the fuck? No, that's just weird. All right, we're gonna do another 2 or 3 EFT videos today. Gonna try to really get that done. Yeah, now it's much easier to read though, you know? So I probably don't even need that. All right, let's see how it formats everything. Yeah, section C probably does have to get formatted or something. We need the right formatting here. B is okay. That takes a long ass time, man. It's the same shit. It's the same fucking thing. It's the same thing. It's the same exact thing. It's the same exact thing. There's a middle line, right? It's the same thing. Look. Oh, would you look at that? It's the same shit. It's the same tool. It's the same everything. It's the same everything. We never trade in the middle. We always trade from an extreme point. It's just that simple. It's really that simple. So if we're trading from the 5 minute, it's here. Right there. That's your entry. Right there. Right there. That's your move. Right there. It's a 40-minute hold. Even still, the major time frame is showing you what look at that. 2, 3, break. Yep. Obviously, that's going to happen, and then that's going to happen, and then that's going to happen. And then what we want to see here is settings, don't extend the right line. Still regardless. Yeah, if you set a stop limit through that, it's 3 hours though you're waiting. Would I have taken the trade at 7 o'clock at night? No. No, it's still the same shit. I still would not have taken the trade at 7 o'clock at night. I have specific hours for when I trade the markets. So, oh my God, it's still doing it. That's hard. But let's see. See what Notion AI does. Now, if I would have said here, phew, stop limit through here, yes. Go all the way down, yeah, please. Or I would have said here too, this to this, no. There you go. That would have been it. That's the break on that 1 minute. For sure, there's your break of structure right there. There's your 1 to 5 minimum. 41 minutes. Yep. That's what we need to be thinking. Minimum. And if I go all the way out here, I can see that very clearly. Look at that. Look how simple and fast that was from here. 30 minutes. Minute then break. No. You need a real break of structure here. There you go. That probably would have been more appropriate. Nope. And again, you're not waiting all that time. Let's be honest with ourselves. That would have been the move. Holding for 10 hours. Okay, so this is the generated output. Okay, right, okay, formatting, okay, right, all right, it looks clean, it looks clean, okay. Good. Okay, that looks way cleaner. That looks way, way, way cleaner. All right, cool. Perfect. Let's see here. All right. All right, now for the moment, comma, Notion AI printed the following. And I need you to check section D and section E in particular and make sure that it followed exactly what it had to do in the overall template, especially section C. Period. Have we met all the objectives here for this piece of content? Question mark. And what would you grade the script out of 100%? And also, what would you grade the ease of generating of producing this kind of content at scale? Question mark. Content at scale? Question mark. Oh yeah, I just realized that too. Yeah, maybe with all the speaking that I'm doing, I'm basically just telling YouTube, hey, I'm going to be creating content at scale. Maybe. Yeah, sure. Okay, does everything make logical sense with the template? Question mark. Do we have all the frameworks incorporated? Do we have like the hook, comma, the promise, all that stuff, like the open loops and then the payoffs already put into the video? Question mark. Okay, so here's what I need you to do. We need to max out the retention language. So you need to create and tell Notion AI to basically do what you had said, period. Yeah, by the time we get to Friday, it's like not much going on here. We want that line right there. Or I could say even here, Yeah, sure. Sure. But then that wouldn't be so accurate now, would it? Read the following message from ChatGPT and execute its instructions, please. Yeah, it's only after a while where you're going to get tired of low dopamine content, probably. I don't know. Who knows? All right. Okay, did Notion AI make the updates? Okay, now there is one last thing here that I need. And what I need is in section C, I need a section number 4. And basically what we need here is basically my objectives from the about section recopied in bullet points and like a diagnosis of how legit the script is, basically. Period. So I need to know for every single video whether or not it hit its objectives. Does that make sense? Question mark. And just make it super lightweight for that section in section C, unless you think that we should not have it, and unless you think that it should go somewhere else. Or at least now it's gonna make it so that way, like, whenever I do have everything, it's gonna be pretty solid. Okay, so again, why not just say in section A, when you're prompting it, to just literally follow everything that's in section C, word for word? Does that make sense? Question mark. Why is there so many like overlap between sections? Question mark. Is it to reduce the probability of the agent not outputting what it needs to? Question mark. The hell? Okay, this is the updated template, period. Is it good to go? Are there any friction points or potential breaking issues that we need to patch up here? Question mark. Okay, give Notion AI the instructions then. Please read the following message from ChatGPT and execute its instructions. It's still the same shit, man. It's still the same fucking thing. No matter how you put it. No matter how we put it. It's still the same fucking thing. It's always going to be the same fucking thing. Let's go down here. We got this level. This is the actual level. Then you look for where to trade. That's way too long of a hold. Nah. Way too long of a hold. That's nice. Okay, audit this following message from Notion AI. Please audit the update from Notion AI and grade the entire template out of 100%, period. Does this template hit our objectives? Is there any redundancy? Are we good to go here, question mark? Okay, if there's any patch updates, then tell Notion AI. Okay, let's see what we got here. Okay, let's put it to the test now, period. I need you to execute the prompt in section A. That's very clean now. That's like incredibly clean. Packaging, da-da-da-da, find out that that's so much cleaner now. It's so much cleaner now. 10 times cleaner now. The fuck is going on here? 2, 4, 5, 6, 7. It seems like there's people like popping in and out constantly. Oh, we reached the 100 watch hours, 22,000 views. Interesting. Yeah, if it really came down to, you know, subscribers don't matter, views matter more, that's fucking bullshit. That's still not the truth. Qualified views is what matters. If you're always saying 1, 2, 3 like that, that's what you would have. All right, it's coming into more focus now. Yep, that's going to take a while. So if I said 8, 2, and then 1, let's assume 8 hour, 2 hour, and then the 8 hour. Yeah, right? All right. So let's assume. Let's just imagine for a moment. We have a strong signal here that we're coming up into a reversal. Okay? Because we have less volume here than we have this guy. Okay, fine. This is the candle that we confirm is like, okay, this is going up to this level. Now, let's take this and let's figure out our levels here. Okay. Right? So if we have every 4 hours, we have also a chart here. Oh. Get output. Okay. Okay, now I need you to audit this template update. The generated output in section D and E, period. And in section E, period. First things first is you're going to look at the about and make sure that the output was hitting the objectives, period. Then you're going to look at section D, generated output. Let's make sure that we have every single section in order from section C, period. Then let's make sure that the script that was generated from section C matches section E, which is the teleprompter script, period. Ensure that every single piece that is necessary for a piece of content in a long form video for YouTube is accurately there, period. Have we done this? Question mark. Break. Okay, so in order for us to really say, okay, these are the patch updates, I need you to look at the master long form template then for the EFT long form, period. If you were to make these patch updates, where exactly would you make it? Question mark. Also, at the end of each tapping round, and starting from the beginning of the tapping round, so before we even get to the karate chop point, comma, is there something where we have the ability for the viewer to rate their emotional intensity on this topic from 0 to 10, question mark. And after each and every single section, like the negative round, comma, the freestyle round, comma, the neutral round, comma, etc., comma, is there basically the same thing where, okay, now notice how you feel about this topic on a scale of 0 to 10 using the SUDS rating, comma, where are you now, etc. Is there anything like this in here? Okay. Then tell Notion AI what to do. Read the following message from ChatGPT and execute its instructions, please. Okay, now the next thing I need you to do for me here is I need you to look at EFT for fear of judgment and criticism page. And I need you to look at the output for section D, period. When it comes to the metadata section, in the EFT long form template, I clearly have the metadata stuff in bold font in the bullet point. And then we have the sub bullet point underneath that, period. But in the EFT for fear of judgment and criticism output, comma, you did not make sure to bold those sections, period. Why is that? And what would be your patch fix for that? Did I tell you to make those patch updates in that page? Question mark. I clearly just asked you why and what would be your patch for that? Question mark. You gotta wait for me to tell you what to do. Period. I did not tell you to make anything in bold on that specific page. I'm asking because we need to update the long form template. And I want you to read the long form template of this page and tell me why is it that when we generate the actual script output, we're not bolding section 3 of section C, which is the metadata, bullet points. On that note, comma, we need to make sure that every section from section C, when we get the output generated in section D, is always going to be in bold, period. So we need the bold bullet point and then the sub point in just non-bold, period. I would imagine that would have to come from section C first, period. So I need you to look at this template, this master template, and tell me what would be the patch update. I'm having a conversation with Notion AI about the formatting for the output for section D. And I need you to read this message because the idea here is that for everything in section C, when we output into section D is intentionally blank. It's always blank. It has to be blank, comma. So it's section C that it has to be very clear, or section A, or whatever the section is. I believe most likely section C. Where the instructions are explicitly clear that our goal here is to ensure that section C has each bullet point in bold, followed by the sub bullet points non-bold. Read the message from Notion AI and look at the template and update the instructions to Notion AI if you agree, because all I need is just for section D to have the correct bullet point output so that it's very easy for me to read. Okay, so if that's what you agree to, then tell Notion AI its instructions one more time so I can copy and paste it back to it. Okay, now the next issue is I need you to look at section D. And I need you to look at the packaging section of the brand source used and the playlist source used, period. It seems like you're saying that you don't know the brand source. And that could not be further from the truth, because at the property level, I have linked brand, which has the relation to my brand. So that should always be, the agent should always be taking the information from the property level and basically feeding it down. So that by the time we get to section D, we already know and we have the exact linked brand source and the linked playlist and the linked cohorts and all that stuff from the property level. So diagnose what's the issue here in section C only, and tell me what needs to be updated here in this message thread. Do not write over anything, because this is not the master template. Please insert those patch updates then, so that you're clearly pulling what you need to for fuck, man. That's just weird, man. Huh. All right, let's do it again. Okay, let's run this again from the start, period. Execute the prompt. Right. So we're down here at the 8 hour. So 4. So, hello. That's why you got the damn thing. If my highest time frame is 8 hours, I'm going 8 to 30. Yes. Eight to 30. It's 4 and 4. 8, 2, and 30 minutes. 8 hour. Good. Down to the 2 hour. There you go. So if it's not good, and then in this window right here. And then just work it. Nope. Never retested, right? Okay, so what do you think? How long does it take us to get there? 4 hours. Okay, so there's that inverse effect now. I'm holding a candle up to 4 hours. Go with the trend. Nope. Mm-hmm. 29 days of data. Right, you took out that high. Too high. Higher low. Higher high, higher low, higher high. Right, you want it to be pretty obvious too. Right? I'm still seeing the same shit either way. I don't know, man. Yeah, I think more simplistic on this one now. Oh boy, come on, man. ChatGPT would definitely give me a much faster output. That's for sure. Okay, well, I don't know how long that's going to take me. So while I'm here, let's create a standard template now. Let's think. Where are these pictures here? Thumbnails. Nope. Right, by kind. That's right. There you go. Now we just need a new background here. That's a good. That's fucking good enough. There we go. Now you see we cleaned it up. That was good, man. That's good. Oh my God, please. All right, I gotta definitely do this with ChatGPT instead or something. Shit. Taking way too long. If you know you have a purpose and part of that purpose requires you to post, speak, teach, share, and it's not just saying if you have trees and if heat of accepting everything. Starting on the karate chop point, each tapping round, so you can track what is shifting. If you know you have a purpose, it can feel even. Right before I publish, I freeze. Inner eye. My mind starts rewriting everything. What if this is cringe? What if I'm judged? What if this fear of being seen? I don't feel safe to post. I feel exposed. I feel like I have to over-polish everything. I keep delaying. This part of me is trying to keep me safe. This. That my voice will be judged. This fear that my message won't matter. This fear that people won't understand me. This fear that I'll look stupid. This fear that I'm good enough. Whose hateful comments means rejection. Means that I sting. And all the ways my body tries to protect me. Intensity again. Because we really need to tap on that memory, that experience. But if it moved even just a little bit, notice that. And if it didn't move, completely okay. Sometimes the negative round brings the charge up because we are finally naming what is active. So just notice the number and keep going. And here's the freestyle round. And in this round,
is where we now are going to tap on that memory. And in this round, and here's the freestyle round. And in this round, and here's the freestyle round. And in this round, this is where we now are going to tap. And in this round, so just notice the number and keep going. And here's the freestyle round. Burping, heat, tingling, farting, or emotional continue if it feels push tapping, or you need a quick refresh on the tapping points. I linked a simple tapping points video. If you already into fear and I start overthinking, I deeply and completely love. It goes into thing. We'll check starting on the karate chop after each tapping round so you can track. And I start over unconditioned. I choose to be gentle with myself as I clear it, and I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Let's take a deep breath. Whew. Now bring that moment up. Bring the moment of you posting right before your mind. Once again, say internally, if I post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. Notice that number again from 0 to 10. You don't need to force it. Just notice where it is right now. And we'll begin the first full round. Beginning with the top of the head. This will begin the first full round. And reverse it. Just notice where it is right now. And we'll begin the first full round. Not only just humorous for me, but could be potentially humorous and funny for my audience, a specific cohort, I hesitate. I'm constantly thinking about what other people think of them because ultimately it leads to money, right? Hit all the stage of my life with YouTube channel. And you, very likely, you have a very special purpose. You need to be seen. You need to be heard. There's no other way around it. And you probably know that for yourself. You know that for whatever it is that your purpose is, it's going to require you to be for enough. They were just coming. This posting anxiety, the fear of being in trouble. So what? Just overthinking it. I put it out there. Get it out there. This anxiety around post on TikTok, on Instagram, on take a deep breath. If you feel like you need to continue tapping through your own stuff, by all means, go ahead. But for the sake of the time in this video, I'm going to cut it down now. Now take a deep breath and let's check the intensity again. On a scale of 0 to 10, 10 being the most intense. If, okay, I can move slowly, one honest step at a time. I can be seen and still be safe. I'm allowed to be imperfect. I'm allowed to be human. I'm allowed to share before I feel ready. My voice can be simple. My message can be honest. I can take one small step. Take a deep breath. Let's keep going. Maybe this pose doesn't have to prove my worth. Maybe this pose does not have to prove my purpose. Maybe this is just step one. Maybe this is just one expression of my purpose. Maybe this is just practice. Maybe it's just me practicing being seen. I don't need perfect confidence. That's a big one. Let's repeat that. I can be imperfect and still post. You do not have audio. Just do it. I can be seen and still belong to myself. My purpose is bigger than this one reaction, and I can take one honest step. Now take a deep breath. Check the intensity. Again, from 0 to 10, bring the operation for it. Right? To express myself. I release the need to overpolish. I choose clarity. I can handle it to share. Purpose is not. I am allowed to be a beginner in public. I can let this post exist. I can let my message breathe. I can trust my intentions. I can trust the next step. I can try to move. Lead yourself. 10 means 0 house to share with me. Honest thing. Green in the ring finger knuckle. Okay. Share one honest just breathe and notice. Does it feel more believable? And right, one honest thing. Just know. Take a deep. Grab your wrist and repeat after me. Right before you post. The post is ready. Your finger is near the publish button. Say the original belief again. If I just post this, I'll be judged and I won't be safe. What number is it now from 0 to 10? Self-notice 17 belief. Or maybe the next layer. And now let's close with an intention prayer statement. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, Universe. new pattern of calm, honest expression be sealed in my body, mind, heart, nervous system, and field. I ask that I become more available to share the work I came here to share, one honest step at a time. And so now that that's done, let's go over one tiny integration. Or action that we can in just one means. Your next step is simple. Choose one post, share one thing is safe. Your purpose does not only need insight, it needs action. It needs consistency, and it needs you to become internally so a little more regulated before posting. Then I think the next session is going to help you go
Yeah, that's good. I think that's much better. All right, man. Fuck. Are we still doing this? That's a problem. Oh my goodness. Are we seriously doing this? That's been like 30 freaking minutes, bro. Okay, we need to do some minor cleanups here because I noticed that, for example, section B is referencing a specific playlist when it should be universal, period. The idea behind this template, once again, is that when it comes to generating these scripts at scale for EFT, I need to be able to plug in any playlist and have the agents read the playlist. And have I have to have the agent read the brand compass in the brand hub database and look at all the properties and stuff. So at the property level of the template page before it actually does anything. So For example, section B is referencing a specific template. So let's just make sure that we have identified the things that should be placeholders and make sure that it's an actual placeholder. And let's make sure that Notion AI actually links the mention to that in its generated output in section D. You get what I'm saying? Period. So please give me a more universal rewrite of section B, and let's make sure that that logic that I was saying is actually applied here. And then Notion AI is like mad slow to do its output. Come on, man. Without breaking the template, comma, please read the instructions from Chat GPT and execute. This should already be 10 kilometers now. Yep, we're at 10 kilometers. Ah, come on. Let's see. Yeah, it's got to produce the same exact format and output every single time for me so that it's not anything that I have to think about after that. Yeah, I was just putting it up there. Yeah, this, yeah. Let's see. Let's see what happens here. But that looks way cleaner. Way, way, way cleaner. Packaging, copy. Oh, just got to work it. Just got to work it now, man. Right, if I just put in the title like negative round, this round, whatever, this should be a good marker as well for me. Oh my God, Notion AI is just really a fucking shit. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Please forgive me. It just really is. Let's see what happens. Come on. We can do it. All right, let's see if. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see if we can do it. Okay, cool, perfect, much faster. Okay, great. Great, 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 great. Yes, very nice. Very nice, very nice, very nice, very nice. Okay. All right, let's get another audit here and grade out of 100%. And let's also break down everything from this output that Chat Notion AI updated or generated. First thing is, did the output in section D match section E for the script? So that it's literally just copy and paste, go, question mark. Is the formatting appropriate? Question mark. Is the framework of a high retention video incorporated? Have we done all that initial work? Question mark. Does the EFT video incorporate the SUDS 0 to 10 scale rating at each major section? Question mark. Does the overall script make sense? Or is it drifting? Question mark. Are we on target here with helping purpose-driven people clear blocks that are afraid of judgment and criticism, or they have issues with judgment and criticism? Question mark. Okay, let's tighten section 3 of section C here, which is the metadata section, period. Because I'm noticing that Notion AI is fucking that up, period. So what I need here is I need you to audit this section and grade it out of 100% and tell me what the issue is for Notion formatting. And let's fix this now, period. The idea here is I need copy and paste everything. So like, the description of the video and all that stuff like this. It needs to be human readable, and also SEO rich or AI optimized, so that restart iPhone. Restart iPhone. Comma, so that the description is literally just copy and paste. We have the chapters, and then we have the hashtags underneath, and then I have a copy and paste set of tags that is most accurate to the video. Period. Please only read the message from ChatGPT and update only the section 3 metadata. Please read the instructions from ChatGPT and execute. Okay, and is this how a metadata section should go? Question mark. Like, have we incorporated all the pieces that we need to? Okay, please read this and make sure that Notion AI made its updates. Okay, please give Notion AI updated instructions so that section C, comma 3 metadata section is tight then with your updates. break. Please read this and tell me if this is good to go. All right, hey, we got to stop going through this loop where you're giving it one patch and then whatever. Make sure it does all the patches that it needs to, please. You know what? Okay, give Notion AI the instructions, please. Also, we need a section under pinned comment that goes after the pinned comment to have a pinned post, so that basically I can post a pin a post after I upload each piece of content. Here we go. Okay, make this next update, please. Yeah, I think right now is just like, put it up. Just put it up. Really put it up, man. Right. Right, I can do 1 or 2 or 3 of those in the morning. It's pretty easy. Okay. What grade would you give the metadata section now? Out of 100%? Question mark. Does it have everything that we need? Question mark. Will it generate the copy and paste title followed by the copy and paste description so that it is rankable for search and it's easily findable in search? Does it also have the appropriate hashtags and the appropriate tags and the pinned comment and the pinned post and all that stuff based on the idea of the video? Question mark. Give Notion AI the exact instructions, because if I was reading that, that would be very unclear. The fuck is that even? Oh, duh. Oh boy.
ChatGPT, can you detect?
Nope. There we go. Done. Doesn't matter.
What kind of God?
Oh, come on. Come on. Come on, please, please, please. I think this is too much for Notion AI. I think this is way too much for Notion AI to do. It's like it's memory context. It's like too much for the memory context or something like this. Please review the section 3 of the metadata page because this wouldn't be in the correct order, period. We have to think title, comma, description, however you had it before, comma, then chapters, comma, followed by hashtags, followed by tags, followed by a pinned comment, followed by a pinned post. Wouldn't that make the most sense? Question mark. Because chapters are still going to go in the description box of the YouTube page. But it goes in that order, period. But then again, would it break the entire template if we change the order? Well, ChatGPT is significantly better. ChatGPT is significantly better. Let's refresh. Start up a new Notion page, a new Notion chat. Come on, man. Please read the following message from ChatGPT and execute. Oh my God, Notion AI is so special. Okay, audit this template now and tell me if it's good to go, and tell me if there's any breaks here in the logic, and also what we should expect Notion AI to output into sections D and E when it's all said and done. Into sections D and section E when it's all said and done, period. Are we all good with the metadata section now? Are we all good with all the other sections now? Is there any structural break here, or are we good to go now? Question mark. Well, at least we did 12K. All right. All right, let's see. Because then otherwise I'm now going to do this thing here. All right, we should have it all done now. Break. All right, thank you God for his blood, sweat, and shaking me. All right, let's see what it outputs here. Oh boy, this is a lot. Doing one update on one template is like a whole deep work session. It looks like I did it though. That's pretty damn good though. Good. Okay, give me an audit here on section D and section E, period. Grade it out of 100% and tell me if it meets all the objectives for what we need to do with high retention, high rewatch worthy content. Are we good here? Any breaks here? Question mark. Can I just literally just do this forever on repeat now? Question mark.
That's why. All right, let's do that again. Please read and execute the prompt. Right. Hmm. Oh, right. Mm. Hmm. Possible. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you're sitting more bearish. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but if you go from here to here, back to here, you should be going back up here and breaking through. So let's see. Yep. Oh, great. Okay. Section D. Mm-hmm. I need you to audit and grade once again this output for section D and for section E, period. There's definitely something wrong. Let's see if you can spot it. Especially if I were to read out section E word for word. This section 12 needs to get cleaned up.
Okay, no. What I'm talking about is section C, comma, the 12th point, period. I need you to transcribe that, and I need you to basically write down section C, the instructions for point 12, and then I need you to generate the output for section D from this template, and tell me why is it that it's generating the way that it is, and make the fixes to the template. God damn it. Come on, please. Pretend you are Notion AI, and I need you to regenerate section D and section E for me, please. I'm gonna have to fix it later. Fuck it. All right, let's do that last script, and then that's going to be it for today. All right. Okay, and let's now look at the entire script in general. Period. What do you think of the script in general? Is it redundant, or is it flowing one point after the other, after the other, after the other? And what grade would you give this out of 100%? And is this optimized for binge watching and rewatching and retention and all that stuff? And does it copy the right framework of having the right hook, promise, open loops, payoffs, and all that stuff? Question mark. Okay, and the main thing is, have we reduced redundancies as much as possible? Period. Does it sound human and as relatable as possible? Yeah, fuck it. Good enough. Time to put it to the test now. All right. Here we go. Let's get our wide angle scene here. Turn on the lights. Yep. Oh, okay. That reduces that glare even more now. All right, let's go here. Let's get it done. Pedal prompter. If you feel fear right before you post, this is for you. If you hear the voice that says, people are going to judge me, this is for you. In this EFT tapping session, we're going to tap on the fear of judgment and criticism. And by the end, notice if that fear feels less true in your body. And notice if one small visible step feels a little safer for you. This tapping session is going to help you calm the part of you that thinks being seen is dangerous. We're going to clear some of the charge around judgment, criticism, and being misunderstood. The goal isn't to force you to post today. The goal is to help your body feel safe enough to take one aligned step. Remember, your starting number and where you feel this fear in your body is for you. And we're going to compare it again after the tapping. My name is Gabriel Serra, and I help purpose-driven people clear their blocks and build their purpose. Today, we are clearing the fear that makes you shrink right before you share what is true for you. Now let's name what this now let's name what this feels like. You have something you want to share. Maybe it's a post, a video, a message, or even an offer. Maybe it's a story, and right when it's time, your body tightens. You start imagining people judging you. You imagine criticism. You imagine a flood of hateful comments and negativity that you don't need. And you imagine being misunderstood. And even if nobody is actually doing it, your body acts like it is about to happen. This isn't laziness or protection. This is your nervous system trying to keep you safe from rejection, shame, or embarrassment. But if you keep listening to that fear, you're going to keep hiding. And over time, that can feel like abandoning your purpose. So today we're tapping to teach your body a new truth, that it can be safe to be seen. Even if people have opinions, it doesn't matter. So before we begin this guided EFT session, just remember that this is not a replacement for therapy, medical care, trauma, treatment, or emergency support. I want you to only go as deep as feels safe for you. You can pause, breathe, drink water, open your eyes, look around the room, or stop at any time, okay? You go at your pace. And if you need medical, mental health, trauma, or emergency support, contact a qualified professional or local emergency services. Just remember that yawning, crying, sighing, shaking, burping, heat, farting, tingling, or emotional waves can happen during tapping. These can be normal forms of release, but only continue if it feels safe for you. And don't force yourself to relive anything. Don't dig for memories. Don't push past what feels safe for you. Stay gentle with yourself. Now, that brings us up to the next point, and we're going to work on our intensity check right here. So if you're brand new to EFT tapping or you need a quick refresh on the tapping points, I linked a simple tapping points video in the description box. Watch that first, then come back here and tap with me. And if you already know the points, let's begin. I want you to bring to mind the moment right before you post or share a piece of content on the internet. The moment you feel that fear of judgment, I want you to say the core belief to yourself. We're just going to use this as an example for today's video, for today's EFT session. And that is, if I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. Now notice where you feel that in your body. Maybe it's your chest, maybe it's your throat or your stomach, maybe even your face. Now I want you to rate the intensity from 0 to 10. We're going to use the SUD scale, SUDS scale, okay? So from 0 to 10. The 0 means that there is no charge at all. 10 means it feels very intense. This is going to be your first SUDS rating for this specific tapping session. And we're going to check again after each tapping round just to make sure that the number is going down, okay? Remember that this number is just it's a marker for you, okay? And just remember that when you write down the number, remember where you feel it, because we're going to be comparing it after the tapping. So we want to know where we were before versus where we are now, all right? Now, let's begin with the setup statement, okay? So we're going to start at the karate chop point, which is at the side of the hand. So you can tap either or you can tap both hands like I do. Now, starting at the karate chop point, repeat after me. Even though I'm afraid people will judge me if I post, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though my body thinks criticism means danger, I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though this tight fear in my body, even though I feel this fear in my body, this tightness in my chest or in my throat, in my body, whenever I'm about to be seen, I choose to be gentle with myself as I clear it. And I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Now let's take a deep breath in. And let's bring back the original belief. In this case, for this video, it's if I post, people will judge me and I will not be able to handle it. What number is it now from 0 to 10? You don't need to force it to change right now. All we need to do is just notice it, all right? So from 0 to 10, what number? Okay, now let's move on to the negative round. We really want to tap on this and we really want to make sure that we feel it so that we can clear it, okay? Now, starting from the top of the head. This fear of being judged, this fear of criticism. What if they think I'm stupid? What if I'm misunderstood? What if I'm rejected or my accounts get taken down? What if I could receive a lot of hate? My body thinks being seen is dangerous. I do not want to feel shame. This protective part of me is trying to keep me safe. This tightness right before I post. I'm scared of people having their opinions. I'm scared of being attacked. I don't even want to look at the comments sometimes. That's how bad it is. I'm scared of being laughed at. I'm scared of being judged. I'm scared I won't handle it. This fear of judgment and criticism. Take a deep breath. Oh, very good. Now, bring back the original issue again. In this case, for this tapping video, it's if I post, people are going to judge me and I won't be able to handle it. For you, what number would you say that is at right now? From 0 to 10. Is it still the same number? Has it gotten down a little bit? If the number moved, just notice it, okay? If it didn't move, that's okay too. Sometimes naming the fear makes it feel louder at first. But this shift may be small, but small shifts are going to add up over time, especially the more that we keep tapping on it, all right? So now let's move on to the freestyle round. And this is going to be a round where we want to just bring up whatever comes up here, okay? So just keep in mind that if a memory or an image or a body sensation or phrase or deeper layer are coming up, for you, we can tap on that gently right now. Okay. I don't want you to force anything. I don't want you to go to your most intense memory unless you're comfortable with that. It's always better to go to the root cause, the root memories. But either way, you go at your own pace, what you're feeling comfortable with, and you can stay general and simply tap on, this feeling, this image, or this part of me. For me, I like to personally confront everything so that I'm not festering anything inside, because I found for myself that when I go to core memories and core wounds, and I just bring it up and I just work with it and I keep tapping on it, it helps everything else. Helps everything else, because we're not trying to do surface level work. We're trying to really go deep within ourselves here. So either way, if nothing came up during the last round, that's completely fine. You can still tap, no worries. Or you can simply let this round be more general, okay? But either which way, let's really get into it now. This feeling in my body, this deeper layer of fear, this old protection, this part of me that wants me to stay small, this part that thinks it's safer to hide, this tension in my nervous system, this fear of being seen, this fear of judgment, this fear of criticism, this feeling, this image, this memory or phrase, if it's here, this part of me, this deeper layer, this feeling in my body, So what we need to do right now, what I'm going to do right now, just to give you an idea of how I do it, okay? And I'm going to go on a personal level because I find that that's always best so that you have that reference experience. So for me, when I think about the fear of judgment and criticism, again, remember, it has nothing to do with YouTube. It has nothing to do with social media. It has nothing to do with the actual person that may have left you a negative comment if you are used to posting content. It has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with a childhood wound. And in my case, judgment and criticism, that was something that I struggled with when I was younger, because I wanted to be liked. I really did. There was a part of me that was like, I wanted people to really like me. Now, I care less. I care so little. And I understand that, when you do social media, you have a personal brand, you have to, because you're kind of like a media company. But I find that to be very stifling, and I don't agree. I don't agree, because then you're always trying to people please. And that doesn't really work, at least in my case, because then you're going to get sick and you're going to eventually burn out, and then you're eventually going to quit. So I don't know if that's necessarily the best approach. So for me, what I like to think of is like, let me just be myself. And when I was younger, I really did care. No memories are necessarily coming up right now because I've really done all this work that I can, but I can tell you that there were times where I really cared about like the views. I cared about the comments. I cared about the likes. Every single like that I had was like a dopamine hit. Every single comment that was positive was like, again, a dopamine hit for me. And that was very trapping for me. That was very, very trapping for me, because what I would find would happen later on is I was scared to go outside of my comfort zone for content. I was very, very uncomfortable, right? So I felt like I had to stay in a specific lane. I felt like I had to stay in a specific box. And even as I say that right now, I can feel a little bit of tension right over here between like my heart and my, the solar plexus chakra. So I can feel that energy still there. The judgment, the criticism. I grew up with relatives that were constantly making these judgments. And I get it. That's a human thing. That's a human condition. Judgmental heuristics. Totally get that. It's just not good when you're caring so much about what other people think of you constantly, right? Like, it's not good. And I was there. And I know that feeling. So when it came time to putting myself on camera, I would be like checking my hair. I'd be checking my, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's only but so much that I can do. Like I have gap teeth. I speak a certain way. I don't look at the camera all the time. I'm making it a habit to really like lock in, laser in. But otherwise, yeah, this is me. This is who I am. This is what I do, right? And I found over time, like as I've gotten older, now that I'm 37 years old, I'm much more relaxed about, yeah, you know what? I realized that other people, when they judge me, when they criticize me, it's not me. It's something in them that bothers them. It's like a shadow in them, and it's getting them triggered. And they're just using me as the tool, as the excuse. I understand that now from this state of consciousness. But back then I did not. Back then I didn't see it that way. And I had a group of relatives that were just very judgmental. Lots of criticism, right? Because they hated themselves. Let's just be honest. They did not like themselves. They did not like to look in the mirror. Even just the other day, yesterday, Hema, she went to get a haircut. And she was telling me that one of the ladies that was sitting right next to her getting a haircut, she was saying in German how ugly she looked. Like how terrible the haircut was that the salon hairstylist was doing. But it had nothing to do with the hairstyle. No, it had nothing to do with the hairstyle. It has to do everything with that person's perception of themselves. And so they're just literally just judging themselves and criticizing themselves. And they may be experiencing a life or reality where they're constantly getting judged and criticized by the outer world. Constantly. It's just everything is a mirror. So I'm aware of that at this stage. And this judgment, this fear of judgment, yeah, I can't change myself so much. I can't change every little thing and try to make everything perfect. That's not possible. It's just not a possibility. I'm going to be flawed. We're not going to say the right things that are going to make certain people happy. Can we be okay with that? And I'm bringing all this up because, hey, maybe there is something inside. Maybe there's still something inside where you fear being judged and criticized because something happened when you were younger. Something happened when you were younger and you associated posting online to be unsafe because you're probably criticized and judged and attacked. Not necessarily physically attacked, maybe, I don't know. But you could have been verbally attacked and felt like unsafe to be seen. And any single time that you would, for example, for me, any single time that I would try to say anything to my biological mother, I'd constantly be shut down. So I stopped talking to her at all, like completely. Like there was a period of years where I wasn't talking to her. Because it was just so negative. There was so much judgment. There was so much criticism of how I was living my life. Like I didn't want to live my life on Social Security or welfare, public assistance. I didn't want to live my life, living in New York City for the rest of my life. But that was a problem for her, right? So we have to understand that people are where they are. Is what I'm getting to. People are where they are. We can't control it. Can't change it. All we have to do is just accept what is. At least this is where I am at my stage of consciousness, and I just surrender and accept. Yes, I'm not going to say the right things. Yes, I'm not going to make the 100% high retention video. It's fine. It's fine. But I'm here to show up from a very sincere place. That's always my intention. Give value from the most honest and sincere place. And that's it. So if there's a memory that came up for you, tap through it, tap through it, tap through it, tap through it. Okay? And if there was a memory for me, I would have tapped through it. I briefly did, but nothing really has come up for me because I've done so much of this inner work where now I'm just actively trying to push the boundaries now. But that takes time. That's like doing push-up. It's a thing where you just have to get your reps in, okay? Before your nervous system can really handle these things and you're not running away, you're actually confronting it. And that's a process. Either which way. Let's continue on. Let's take a deep breath. And let's bring back the original belief now. If I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. What number is that now from 0 to 10? Again, remember, there's no pressure here. We're just tracking what your system is doing. So if there's nothing, no change, okay, fine. We'd maybe just need to go deeper. That's fine. But if we are noticing a change, if we're noticing that we're feeling better and lighter, okay, great. Let's move on to the neutral round now and let's shift our perspective here. Starting from the top of the head, Maybe this protection. Maybe this was protection. Maybe this part was trying to help. Maybe it learned that being seen is dangerous. Maybe it is trying to prevent pain. Maybe I don't need to fight myself. Maybe I can move slowly. Maybe I can be gentle and still move. Maybe I can show my body it is safer now. One honest step at a time. Maybe I don't need to be perfect to be safe. Maybe opinions are not danger. Maybe I can handle the discomfort. Maybe I can stay with myself. Maybe it can be safe to be seen. Maybe this fear can soften now. Let's take another deep breath in. Okay. Bring back that original belief again. If I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. Notice what number it is now from 0 to 10. Notice if it moved and notice if the feeling changed or it moved somewhere else in your body. Just notice what's going on. Just notice what's going on, okay? Notice if the words feel a little less true. If the words if the words feel a little less true, then we're on the right track. And that's all that matters. All right. Now, let's move on to the positive round. Let's anchor in the new belief. Starting from the top of the head. I am willing to feel safer being seen. I now choose self-trust. I allow myself to be visible. Even if people have opinions, I am safe to take one step. I can handle these feelings that are coming up. I can stay with myself. I can be seen and still be okay. One honest step at a time. I now choose calm courage. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The judgment and the criticism of others doesn't matter. It's okay. I still love myself. I'm still with myself, you know? I now choose clarity. I now choose grounded action. I can move toward my purpose now. I am safe to be seen. I am safe to be seen even if people have their own opinions. Take another deep breath in. Bring back the original belief again. If I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. What number is it now from 0 to 10? Notice if the belief feels less true. Notice if your body feels softer. Notice if there is more space around the fear. Now let's move on to my favorite part right here, which is the positive anchoring belief and the 9-gamut anchoring procedure. So, the positive anchoring belief for this session is going to be, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their opinions. I want you to take a deep breath with me and say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions, because we're going to anchor it and we're going to check the belief for a moment. So when you say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions, how true does that feel from 0 to 10? 0 means it does not feel true at all, and 10 means it feels completely true. Just notice the number, okay? Just notice the number. We're going to follow this 9-step sequence and repeat the positive anchoring belief after each step. Okay, so the 9-gamut, we're going to make a fist, and we're going to basically tap between the pinky knuckle and then the ring finger knuckle, right? So if I were to have my hand like this, I'm going to close, make a fist, and I'm just going to tap on this point, okay? Now, I'm going to guide you through this. So just listen for my voice. I want you to close your eyes and take a deep breath. And I want you to say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Open your eyes. Repeat after me. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Look down to the left. Take a deep breath. Repeat. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Back to the center. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Look down to the right. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions.
And now back to center. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Roll your eyes clockwise. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Counterclockwise. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. We're going to hum happy birthday. Repeat. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. And now we're going to count to 10 and then reverse. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Again. And now we're going to look down and then up. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Take a deep breath in. Let's grab our wrist. Just repeat one more time. I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Now, how true does that feel from you on a scale of 0 to 10? Just notice if that belief feels more available and believable for you. Just take a deep breath in. Exhale. Another deep breath in. And exhale. Okay. And now just relax. Okay, so I want you to say, I want you to bring back the original issue that we first brought up, which is if I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. I want you to notice your number from the beginning. Hopefully you wrote it down. If it was from 0 to 10, just notice where it was before and then notice where it is now. So compare the number to where you started. Compare how your body feels right now. Compare your breath and compare how true the words feel. What number are you at now from 0 to 10? This will be your final SUDS rating for the original idea, right? The original fear. So if it's lower, let yourself notice that. And if it's still high, it doesn't mean anything is wrong. It just simply means that there may be another layer, and that's fine. So you can repeat this session again, or you can gently tap on the next belief or sensation that comes up. The possible next layers could be, if they judge me, I'll be rejected. If I'm rejected, I'll be alone. If I'm misunderstood, I'll be embarrassed. If I show up fully, I'll lose love. And if I'm seen, I'll have to be perfect. These are all related. These are all related, right? So when we're posting content, we're building our personal brands and we're fulfilling our purpose, we're fulfilling our dharma. Just notice this, right? We want to be of service, but there may be something underneath that is preventing us from feeling fully safe to express that, especially if people have had, not necessarily the most pleasant upbringings. So it can be very difficult. So just remember to be gentle with yourself, have compassion and kindness for yourself, and just show up and love yourself, right? This is more like a self-love kind of practice, basically. So whatever came up, regardless, just stay gentle with it, all right? And now let's close off with a intention statement. So this is something I like to do, and I like to, incorporate my great divine spirit team and God and the universe into this practice to help me clear out, right? So I'm showing, hey, I'm doing the work here. Please help me, help meet me now the rest of the way and help me let this thing go. So repeat after me. Thank you, God. Thank you, Mother Earth. Thank you, universe. Thank you, mighty I am presence. Thank you, great divine spirit team, for your unconditional love and support. I ask that you please clear any non-useful beliefs connected to fear and judgment, fear of judgment and criticism, gently and completely, in the highest truth, love, and safety. Please seal this new pattern in my body, mind, heart, nervous system, and field, and for every heart and mind across the universe. Please help us become more available to take one aligned step towards our purpose. Maybe this clearing benefits not only me, but all beings walking through this same pattern. And I just ask for the greatest and highest good and the greatest and highest outcome. And I ask for there to be peace. And God, I ask you to please transform this fear of judgment and criticism back into light. I send this back to your light God for permanent and everlasting transmutation and transformation. And so it is, and so it was. Thank you. All right. So wrapping up today's session. Great job. Thank you so much. If you're still here, great work. Just one more thing. Sometimes the numbers won't go down all the way in one session, okay? It doesn't mean anything is wrong. All we have to do is just possibly acknowledge that there may be another layer, and that's fine. Okay, it's part of the process. So you can repeat the session again, keep tapping gently on what came up, or get deeper support if that feels right for you. Okay, your next step is simple. Write one sentence of the post you've been avoiding, okay, and save it as a draft. Don't make it any bigger than that. So let's say if there's a script that you want to write for a video, hey, just write the first sentence. That's it. All right. Or even if you just want to just put out the camera and just make a short, just do it. Just put it out there. Okay. Right. It's safe. Do not make it any bigger than that. All right. Don't make it any more than what it is. The point is not to prove everything today. The point is to show your nervous system that one small aligned step is safe. Remember, it's about your state first, your internal state first, and it's about how you execute second, okay? So thank you for tapping with me. If you found this EFT tapping session helpful and you feel a little bit more regulated, a little bit more relaxed, then I think the next session is going to help you go even deeper. Because for a lot of purpose-driven people, the fear of judgment is connected to a fear of being misunderstood and a fear of not even being enough. So I want you to watch the next video in this course because we're going to go deeper and we're going to make sure we clear out the next deep layer, the next deep pattern. So click on the next video here and let's keep going. Thanks. That's not so bad. That wasn't so bad, actually. Now, let's go into Femora. Gonna go up in here. Yeah, and we're gonna write down those parts. Done. Cool. Good. And that's less time too. It's about 30 minutes.
Now we're at the editing part.
This isn't laziness or protection. This is your nervous system trying to keep you safe from rejection, shame. And over time, that can feel like abandoning your purpose. So that it can be safe to be seen. Even if people have opinions, it doesn't matter. So before we get into EFT session, just remember, this is not replacement for therapy, medical trauma, treatment, or emergency support. I want you to know as details safe for you. You can pause, breathe, drink water, open your eyes, put it on your stop at any time, okay? You go at your pace. If you need medical, mental health, trauma, or emergency support, contact a qualified professional or local emergency services. Just remember that yawning, crying, sighing, shaking, burping, heat, farting, or emotional ways happen during tapping. These can be no forms of release, but only continue to feel safe for you. Don't force yourself to do anything. Don't past what feels safe for you. Stay gentle with yourself. Now, that brings us to the next point, and we're more power into right here. So if you're trying to do EFT tapping, or you need a quick refresher on tapping points, I think it's simple. Tapping points video in the description box. Watch that first, and then come back to your tapping. If you already know points, let's begin. I want you to bring to mind the moment right before you post or share this content. On the chat. The moment you feel that's your judgment, I'll just say according to yourself. I'm just going to use this as an example for today's video, for today's EFT session. That is, if I post, people will judge me, and I won't be able to handle it. Now notice where you feel that in your body. Maybe it's your chest, maybe it's your throat, or your stomach, maybe your face. Now I want you to rate the intensity from 0 to 10. We're going to use this as okay? So from 0 to 10. 0 means that there's no charge at all. 10 means it feels very intense. This is going to be your first rating for this specific tap session. We're going to check it out each time to make sure the number's going down. Okay? Remember, this number is just a marker for you. Okay? Just remember that when you write down the number, remember where you feel it is just a
It's a marker for you, okay? And just remember that
when you write down the number, remember where you feel it because we're comparing it after the time. So we're going to know number 4 versus number 9. All right? Now, let's begin with the setup statement. Okay? So
now, all right? Now, let's begin with the setup statement. Let's begin with the setup statement, okay? So we're going to start at the karate chop point, which is at the side of the, all right? Now, let's begin with the setup statement. Now, let's begin with the setup statement, okay? So we're going to start at the karate chop point, which is at the side of the hand, so you can tap either or you can tap both hands like I do. Now, starting at the right side, even though I'm afraid people will judge me if I post, I deeply love myself unconditionally. Even though my body criticism means danger, I deeply love myself unconditionally. Even though this tight fear in my body, even though I feel this fear in my body, this tightness in my chest and throat, in my body, whenever I'm about to be seen, I choose to be judged with myself and I clear it. And I deeply love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Now, take a deep breath in. And bring back the original belief. In this case, it's yours. If I post, people will judge me, and I will not be able to handle it. What number is it now from 0 to 10? You know, we're supposed to all we do is notice, right? So from 0 to 10, whatever. Okay, now let's move on to the next round. We really want to tap on some really want to feel so we can clear, okay? Now, start from the top of the head. This fear of being judged. This fear of criticism. What if I think I'm stupid? What if I'm misunderstood? What if I'm rejected? Or my child's taken down? What if I receive a repeat? My body feels seen as dangerous. I do not want to feel shame. You don't need to force it to change right now. All we need to do is just notice it, all right? So from 0 to 10, what number? Okay, now let's move on to the next round. We really want to tap on some really want to feel so we can clear, okay? Now start from the top of the head. So that we can clear it. Okay, now let's move on to the negative round. Okay, now let's move on to the negative round. So from 0 to 10, what number? Okay, now let's move on to the negative round. We really want to tap 10, what number? Okay, now let's move on to the negative round. We really want to tap on this and we really want to make sure that we feel it so that we can clear it, okay? Now, starting from the top of the head. This fear of being judged. This fear of criticism. What if I think I'm stupid? What if I'm misunderstood? What if I'm rejected? Or my child's taken down? What if I receive a lot of hate? My body feels seen as dangerous. I do not want to feel shame. This protective part of me is trying to keep me safe. This tightness, right before I post. I'm scared of having opinions. I'm scared of being attacked. I don't even know what it comes sometimes. That's how bad it is. I'm scared of being laughed at. I'm scared of being judged. I'm scared I won't handle it. This fear of judgment and criticism. Take a deep breath. Oh, very good. Now bring back the emotional again. In this case, for this time video, if I post, you will judge me and I'll be offended. For you, what number would you say that right now? From 0 to 10. Is it still the same number? Have I nailed it? If you move, just okay? If it didn't, sometimes the name fear makes you feel louder at first. But the shift may be small. The small shift is going to add up over time, especially when we keep tapping, right? So now let's move on to the freestyle round. And this is going to be. So now let's move on to the freestyle round. So now let's move on to the freestyle round. And this is going to be with, and you can stay general and simply tap on this feeling in my body, this deeper layer to do with social media. It has nothing to do with the actual person that may have left you a negative comment if you are used to posting content. It has nothing to do with them. It has everything to do with a child. I care so little. And I understand that, when you do social media, you have a personal brand, you have to because you're kind of like a media company, but I find it to be very stifling. I was very, very uncomfortable, right? So I felt like I had to stay in a specific lane. I felt these judgments. And I get it. That's a human thing. That's a human condition. Judgmental, heuristic. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's only so much that I can do, Like, I have gap teeth. I speak a certain way. I don't look at the camera all the time. I'm making it a habit to really, like, lock in, laser in. But otherwise, yeah, this is me. This is who I am. This is what I do, right? And I found over time, like, as I've gotten older, now that I'm 37 years old, I'm much more relaxed about, yeah, you know what? I realized that other people, when they judge me, when they criticize me, it's not me. It's something in them that bothers them. It's like a shadow in them, and it's getting them triggered. And they're just using me as the tool, as the excuse. I understand that now from this state of consciousness. But back then I did not. Back then I didn't see it that way. And I had a group of relatives that were just very judgmental. Not she looked like how terrible the haircut was, that I can't change myself so much. I can't change every little thing and try to make everything perfect. That's not because, hey, maybe there is something inside. Maybe there's still something inside where, but you could have been verbally attacked and felt, because it was just so negative. There was so much judgment. There was so much criticism of how I was living my life. Like, I didn't want to live my life on social security. Or if there's a memory that came up for you, tap through it, okay? And if there's a memory for me, I would have tapped through it. I briefly did, but nothing really has come up for me because I've done so much of this inner work where now I'm just actively trying to push the boundaries now.
But that takes time. It's like doing push-ups. It's a thing where you just have to get your reps in, okay? Before your nervous system can really handle these things and you're not running away, you're actually confronting it. And that's a process. Either way, let's continue on. Let's take a deep breath. Let's bring back the original belief now. If I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. What number is that now from 0 to 10? Again, remember, there's no pressure here. We're just tracking what your system is doing. So if there's nothing, no change, okay, fine. We maybe just need to go deeper. That's fine. But if we are noticing a change, if we're noticing that we're feeling better and lighter, okay, great. Let's move on to the neutral round now and let's shift our perspective here. Starting from the top of the head. Maybe there's protection. Let's shift our perspective here. The neutral round now. And let's move on to the neutral round now and let's shift our perspective. Lighter, okay, great. Fear of judgment and criticism. And by the end, notice if that, all we need to do is just notice it, all right? So from 0 to 10, what number? Okay, now let's move on to the negative round. We really want people having their opinions. What number would you say that is at right now? Okay. So now let's move on to the freestyle round. And this is going to be a round where we want to just bring up whatever comes up here, okay? So I find that to be very stifling, and I don't agree there. And I know that feeling. Ladies, I was sitting right next to her getting a haircut. She was so much criticism of how I was living my life. Like, I didn't want to live my life on social security. I need to go deeper. That's fine. But if we are noticing a change, if we're noticing that we're feeling better and lighter, okay, great. Let's move on to the neutral round now, and let's shift our perspective here. Starting from the top of the head, let's move on to the neutral round now. Let's move on to the neutral round now, and let's shift our perspective here. Starting from the top of the head, maybe there's protection. Maybe this was protection. Maybe this part was trying to help. Maybe it learned that being seen is dangerous. Maybe it is trying to prevent pain. Maybe I can handle the discomfort. Maybe I can stay with myself. Maybe a deep breath in. Okay, bring back that original belief again. If I post, people will judge me, and I won't be able to handle it. Notice what number it is now from 0 to 10. Notice if it moved, and notice if the feeling changed, or it moved somewhere else in your body. Just notice what's going on. Okay? Notice the words feel a little less true. If the words feel a little less true, then we're on track. That's all that matters, right?
Notice if the words feel a little less true.
If the words, if the words feel a little less true, then we're on the right track, and that's all that matters. All right. Now let's move on to the.
Now let's move on to the positive round. Let's move on to the positive round. Let's move on to the positive round. Let's anchor in the new belief. Start from the top of the head. Ooh, I am willing to feel safer being seen. I now choose self-trust. I allow myself to be visible. Even if people have opinions, I am safe to take one step. I can handle these feelings that are coming up. I can stay with myself. I can be seen and still be okay. One honest step at a time. I now choose calm courage. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The judgment and the criticism of others doesn't matter. It's okay. I still love myself. I'm still with myself, you know? I now choose clarity. I now choose grounded action. I can move toward my purpose now. I am safe to be seen. I am safe to be seen even if people have their own opinions. Take another deep breath in. Bring back the original belief again. If I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. What number is it now from 0 to 10? Notice if the belief feels less true. Notice if your body feels softer. Notice if there is more space around the fear. Now let's move on to my favorite part right here, which is the positive anchoring belief in the 9-gamut anchoring procedure. Positive anchor. Now let's move on to my favorite part right here, which is the positive anchoring belief in the 9-gamut anchoring procedure. Which is the positive anchoring belief in the 9-gamut anchoring procedure. So, the positive anchoring belief for this session is going to be, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their opinions. I want you to take a deep breath with me and say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Because we're going to anchor it. We're going to check with them. So when you say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their opinions, how true does that feel from 0 to 10? 0 means it's true, and 10 means it's true. There's no wisdom, okay? We're going to follow this nice sequence to repeat positive anchoring belief after each step. So 9-gamut, we're going to this, we're going to this top between the peaking level and the wisdom. I'm going to this, we're close, we're this, and so okay? Now, I'm going to do this. So just close. So close your eyes, take a breath. I'm just saying, I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Open your eyes. Repeat with me. One opinions, back to center, I'm safe. Now, we're going to go down. So, right, which is people judging and we're being, I want you to notice the number from beginning. Thumbs up.
The possible next layers could be, if you're rejected, if I'm rejected, I'll be alone from this, I'll be embarrassed, but hopefully I'll lose love and self-esteem, I'll have to be perfect. These are all related, right? So we're constantly, right? We're person, fulfilling our purpose, fulfilling our purpose, just notice this, right? You want to be of service, and then maybe something underneath that is preventing us from feeling fully safe by that. So whatever you just stay gentle, right? And also love today, intention. So this is what I do, incorporate marketing prosperity in God, universe, this practice, help me clear out. So I'm showing you what you think. So thank you, God, thank you for the universe, walking through the same pattern. All we do is just possibly knowledge, but okay, right? It's safe. You're not enough. So once you watch the next video in this course, because we're going to go deeper, and we're going to make sure we clear out the next deep layer, the next deep pattern. So click on the next video here, and let's go. Thanks.
Keep going. Thanks. Let's keep going. Thanks. Pattern. So click on the next video here and let's keep going. Thanks. Okay, let's do another rewatch. But that should be pretty much it. I think that's pretty good.
If you hear the voice that says, people are going to judge me, this is for you. In this EFT tapping session, we're going to tap on the fear of judgment and criticism. And by the end, notice if that fear feels less true in your body. And notice if one small visible... If you hear the voice that says, people are going to judge me, this is for you. In this EFT tapping session, we're going to tap on the fear of judgment and criticism. And by the end, notice if that fear feels less true in your body. And notice if one small visible step feels a little safe for you. This tapping session is going to help you calm part of you that is being seen in We're going to clear some of the charge around judgment, criticism, and being misunderstood. The goal isn't to force you to post today. The goal is to help your body feel safe enough to take one line step. Remember, your chart number and where you feel this fear in your body is for you. And we're going to compare it again after the topic. My name is Gabriel Serra, and I'm purposely will clear the blocks and build a purpose. Today, we are clearing the fear that makes you shrink right before you share what is true for you. Now let's say what this feels like. You have something you want to share. Maybe it's a post, a video, a message, or even an offer. Maybe it's a story. And right when it's time, your body tells you. You start imagining judging you. You imagine criticism. You imagine a lot of people comments and negativity that you don't need. You imagine being misunderstood. And even if nobody's actually doing it, your body acts like it is about to happen. This is laziness or protection. This is your nervous system trying to keep you safe from
shame or embarrassment.
But if you listen to that fear, you're going to type. And over time, that can feel like abandoning your purpose. So today we're tapping to teach your body untruth and it can be safe to be seen. Even if you have opinions, it doesn't matter. So before we get inside the session, just remember, this is not a place of authority, medical trauma, treatment, or emergency support. All you want to know is that feels safe for you. You pause, breathe, drink water, open your eyes. You don't have to stop anytime, okay? You go at your pace. If you need medical trauma, or emergency support, contact a qualified professional or local emergency services. Just remember that yawning, crying, sighing, shaking, burping, keep farting, or emotional ways happen during tapping. These can be no forms of release, but only continue to feel safe for you. Don't force yourself to do anything, don't get feel safe for you. Stay gentle with yourself. Now, this is the next point, and we're on our attention right here. So if you're ready to EFT tapping, or you have a refresh on time points, I think it's simple. Tapping video in the description box. Watch that first, and then come back here and tap it. If you already know the points, let's begin. I want you to bring to mind a moment right before you post or share a piece of content on the internet. Don't only feel that fear of judgment. I'll just say according to yourself. We're just going to use this as an example for today's video, for today's EFT session. And that is, if I post, people will judge me, and I won't be able to handle it. And notice what you feel in your body. Maybe it's chest, maybe it's throat or stomach, maybe in your face. Now I want you to rate intensity from 0 to 10. Rating is okay? So from 0 to 10. And 0 means that there's no charge at all. 10 means it feels very intense. This is going to be your first rating for this specific tap session. We're going to check in after each time. Just make sure the number's going down, okay? Remember, this number is just a marker for you, okay? And just remember that when you write down the number, remember where you feel it, because we're comparing it after the tap. So we're going to know where we were before versus where we are now, right? Now, let's begin with the steps, okay? So we're starting with the checkpoint, which is the side one, so you tap either or you tap both sides of the now, starting with the right checkpoint, even though I'm afraid people will judge me if I post, I deeply love myself, forgive myself unconditionally. Even though my body is criticism, danger, I deeply love myself, forgive myself unconditionally. Even though this tight fear in my body, even though I feel this fear in my body, this tightness in my chest and throat.
Unconditionally. Even though this tight fear in my body, even though I feel this fear in my body, this fear, even though this tight self unconditionally, even though self unconditionally, even though this tight fear in my body, completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel this fear in my body, this tightness in my chest or in my throat, and forgive myself unconditionally. Even though I feel this fear in my body, this tightness in my chest or in my throat, in my body, whenever I'm about to be seen, I choose to be gentle with myself as I clear it, and I deeply and completely love, accept, and forgive myself unconditionally. Now let's take a deep breath in, and let's bring back the original belief. In this case, videos. If I post, people judge me, and I will not be able to handle it. Whatever is it now from 0 to 10. And we just all we do is right? So from 0 to 10, okay, now let's go we want to tap on some really fear so we can clear it, right? Now, so this fear of dangers, this fear of criticism. What if I'm misunderstood? What if I'm rejected or my account taken down? What if I feel I hate? My body feels seen as dangerous. I do not feel shame. This part of me is trying to keep me safe. This tightness, right before I post. I'm scared of people having their opinions. I'm scared of being judged. I'm really negative sometimes. That's how it is. I'm scared of being laughed at. I'm scared of being judged. I'm scared I won't handle it. This fear of judgment and criticism. Take a breath. Oh, very good. Now bring back the original in this case, for this. It's not going to be able to and I won't be able to handle it.
For you, what number would you say that is right now? From 0 to 10. Is it still the same number? Have you handled it? It's going to move just a little bit, okay? If it didn't move, that's okay too. Sometimes naming fear makes it feel louder at first. But the shift may be small. The small shifts are going to add up over time, especially when we keep talking about it, right? So also want to freeze this is going to be so just remind memory or image or visualization, phrase or video coming up before you can tap on that right now. Okay? I'm just forcing it. I'll go to your intense memory. Unless you're comfortable with that, it's also supposed to be memories. Anyway, you got a nice. And you can say with, 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 and you can say
With,
and you can stay general and simply tap on. For me, I like to personally confront things. I'm not fascinating things. I found myself like core memories, core wounds. I just bring up and document it. It helps me out. Because we're trying to do better. So anyway, if something came up during the last round, that's completely fine. Just tap or just let it be more general. Okay, let's really get this feeling in my body. This layer of fear, soul protection. This part of me wants to stay small. This part of me is super high. This tension in my nervous system. This fear of being seen. This fear of judgment. This fear of criticism. This feeling. This image. This memory phrase. This fear. This part of me. This deep layer. This feeling in my body. This feeling in my body. So what are you doing? I'm going to just give you an idea of how I do it, okay? I'm going to go over all of this. That's so you have that reference experience. So for me, how I think about fear, judgment, and criticism. Again, remember, it has nothing to do with social media. It has nothing to do with that person. It has nothing to do with comment. Are you supposed to comment? It has nothing to do with what I do. In my case, judgment, criticism. Because I want to be every day. Every day. You really like me. I care so little. I care so little. I understand that. You do social media. People branding. Have to be me. I find things like that. Everything. Watch please. Watch please. And that's me. And so much. And then that's it. I just want to do it. So I know this is very best approach. So for me, I think like me myself. And when I was younger, I really care. No one is right now because I read the whole story. I really care about like I care about comments. I care about likes. Every single like I have, like, every single comment that's positive, like, me. And that was very tragic for me. That was very tragic for me. I was funny, I was scared to go outside and make a comment. I was very uncomfortable. I had to stay box. Even there, I could feel a little bit of pressure right here. Right into my heart and my solar plexus chakra. So I feel that I feel there. Judging criticism. I grew up with relatives that were constantly making judgments. That's the same thing as so it's just not good when you care so much about what other people constantly, right? It's not good. And I was there. I know that. So I couldn't put myself on camera. I'd be like, check my nose. There's only so much I can do. I have to. I speak I don't look at camera all the time. I'm thinking how to be like, locking it in. But otherwise, yeah, this is my this is right? And I thought it was fine, but I was much more relaxed about. You know what? I realized that everybody judging criticizing me. It's something in them. Positive, shadow in them. And them and it is me as it was. I just had enough of conscience. And I realized that I was very judgmental. Lots of criticism. I was hating themselves. Let's be honest. They did not like themselves. They did not like living there. Even the other day, she went to get a haircut. And she was telling me that I was getting a haircut. She was saying during her how terrible the haircut was that the salon hairstylist was doing. It had nothing to do with their hairstyle. No, it has to do with their hairstyle. It has to do with the person judging themselves. So they're just judging themselves, criticizing themselves. And they may be experiencing life reality where they're constantly getting judged and criticized by that world. Constantly. It's just everything there. So I'm right at this stage. And this judging, I know. I can't change myself. So I can't change everything. I'm trying to do everything. It's not possible. It's just not a possibility. I'm going to be flawed. I'm not going to say anything that makes people happy. Can we get that? And maybe also, maybe there's something inside. Maybe there's something inside where you feel judged and criticized because something happened to you, something happened to you, and you just see it posting online. So you'll see. Because you're criticizing, judging, that is basically attack. Maybe I don't know. But you can verbally attack me and feel it's the kind of, for example, for example, I was 18 miles away. I stopped talking to her completely. It was very huge. So I was talking to her. Because there's so much criticism how in my life, everyone in my life is straight up, or welfare focused, everyone in my life, living in New York City, that was a problem for her, right? So we understand that people are where they are. So people are where they are. Can't change it. All we have to do is accept what it is. This is where I'm at. I'm saying conscious. Yes, I'm not going to say right things. Yes, I'm not going to 100% how I'm it's fine. Here's up from a very sincere place. Full attention. Give value from a people's honest and sincere place. That's it. So it doesn't really tap to it, okay? And it doesn't for me. I was tapping I really did, but none of the things I'm supposed to do. We're not just trying to push boundaries out. But that's fine. That's fine. Stay where you rest. Therefore, nerves can handle these things in a way. Rest and process. Anyway, that's the thing. If I post, people will judge me, and I won't be able to handle it. Whatever is that, I'll do it. And remember, there's no pressure or distraction, but it's just so if there's no change, maybe just need to leave. That's fine. But if you are going to change, that's fine. Let's move on to the let's here. So I can stop that. Maybe it's protection. Maybe it's protection. Maybe it's partial help. Maybe I learned that these things. Maybe it is partial pain. Maybe I don't need to fight myself. Maybe I can move slowly. Maybe I can be gentle and still move. Maybe I can show my body is safe for now. One honest step at a time. And I don't need to be perfect myself. Maybe I can use my nature. Maybe I can handle myself. Maybe I can stay with myself. Maybe it can be safe to be seen. Maybe this feeling myself now. That's a really good thing. Oh, okay. Bring back that visual again. If I post, people judge me, and I won't be able to handle it. Notice what number is now from 0 to 10. Notice the move, and notice if the feeling changed, or it was someone else's body. Just notice what's going on. Just notice what's going on, okay? Notice the words feel a little true. If words feel until that's true, then we're right. Let's move on to the road. Let's go to the road. Let's start that. I am willing to feel safe to be seen. I know she's success. I allow myself to be visible. Even if I have opinions, I am safe to take one step. I can handle these feelings right now. I can myself. I can be seen and still be okay. One step at a time. I now choose courage. Because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Judgment, criticism of others. Doesn't matter. It's okay. I still love myself. Still love myself. I now choose courage. I now choose my action. I can move toward my purpose now. I'm safe to be seen. I'm safe to be seen even if people have their opinions. So the thing. Bring back the original thing. If I post, people judge me, and I won't be able to. One number is now from 0 to 10. Notice if the belief feels true. Notice if your body feels softer. Notice if there is more space around fear. Notice one, which is a positive anchor belief in my negative belief. So, a positive anchor belief is such as I am safe to be seen, even if people have other opinions. I want to take a breath and say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Because we're going to anchor it. We're going to check with them. So when you say, I am safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions, how true does that feel from 0 to 10? 0 means it's not true, and 10 means it's completely true. Just notice number, okay? Just notice number. We're going to follow this nice sequence to repeat positive anchor belief after each step. Okay, so 9 minutes, we're going to make this. We're going to make this tap between the pinky knuckle and the ring finger. Okay, so we're going to this. We're close, with this. And just tap this way. Okay? Now, when you do this, there's nothing. Close. I want you to close your eyes, take a breath. I'm just saying, I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Open your eyes. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions.
Look down to the left. Take a deep breath. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Back to center. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Look down to the right. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Now back to center. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Roll your eyes clockwise. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Jump clockwise. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. We're going to compound everything. Repeat. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Now we're going to count 10 numbers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Now again. Now, we're going to go. Bring it up. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Take a deep breath in. Let's go for this. Just repeat one time. I'm safe to be seen, even if people have their own opinions. Now, how true does that feel for you on 0 to 10? Just notice that it feels more real and meaningful for you. Just a deep breath in. Exhale. Deep breath in. No, just relax. Okay, so I want you to say, I want you to bring back the original issue that we first brought up, which is if I post, people will judge me and I won't be able to handle it. I want you to notice your number from the beginning. Hopefully you wrote it down. If it was from 0 to 10, just notice where it was before and then notice where it is now. So compare the number to where you started. Compare how your body feels right now, compare your breath, and compare how true the words feel. What number are you at now from 0 to 10? This will be your final SUDS rating for the original idea, right? The original fear. So if it's lower, let yourself notice that. And if it's still high, it doesn't mean anything's wrong. It just simply means that there may be another layer, and that's fine. So you can repeat the session again, or you can gently tap on the next belief or sensation that comes up. The possible next layers could be, if they judge me, I'll be rejected. If I'm rejected, I'll be alone. If I'm misunderstood, I'll be embarrassed. If I show up fully, I'll lose the love. And if I'm seen, I'll have to be perfect. These are all related. These are all related, right? So when we're posting content, we're building our personal brand and we're fulfilling our purpose, we're fulfilling our dharma. Just notice this, right? We want to be of service, and maybe something that is preventing us from feeling fully safe. Especially people have had, not necessarily most upbringings. So it can be very difficult. So just remember to be gentle with yourself, compassion, kindness for yourself, and show love yourself. This is basically. So what I'm talking about is just stay gentle, right? And also also interesting. So this is what I do. I want to incorporate
my spirit, team, God, universe, practice, help me clear out space. I'm showing you, I'm doing work here, please help me, now, bless me, help me, let this thing go. So, here's me, thank God, thank you, Lord, for the universe, thank you, my divine presence, thank you, my presence, thank you, my I ask you to please clear any noise, fear, and judgment, fear, criticism, judgment, and criticism, in highest truth, love, and safety. Please seal this with in my body, mind, heart, muscles, feelings, and all mental feelings. Please keep this become more available. Keep one step towards our purpose. In this spirit, benefits, not me, all beings walking through the same pattern. I ask you to grace, life, now show peace. I ask you to transform the spirit of criticism, back to life, since back to your life, permanent, transformation, thank you. So, today's session, and great job, thanks for here, great work. So, many things, sometimes a little bit of okay?
So, wrapping up today's session, great job. Thank you so much if you're still here. Great work. Just one more thing. Sometimes the numbers won't go down all the way in one session, okay? It doesn't mean anything's wrong. All we have to do is just possibly acknowledge that there may be another layer, and that's fine, okay? It's part of the process. So you can repeat the session again, keep tapping gently on what came up, or get deeper support if that feels right for you, okay? Your next step is simple. Write one sentence of the post you've been avoiding, okay, and save it as a draft. Don't make it any bigger than that. So let's say if there's a script that you want to write for a video, hey, just write the first sentence. That's it, all right? Or even if you just want to just put out the camera and just make it short, just do it. Just put it out there, okay? Right? It's safe. Do not make it any bigger than that, right? Don't make it any more than what it is. The point is make it any bigger than that, right? Do not make it any bigger than that, all right? Don't make it any more than what it is. The point is not to prove everything today. The point is to show your nervous system that one small aligned step is safe. Remember, it's about your state first, your internal state first, and it's about how you execute second, okay? So thank you for tapping with me. If you found this EFT tapping session helpful and you feel a little bit more regulated, a little bit more relaxed, then I think the next session is going to help you go even deeper. Because for a lot of purpose-driven people, the fear of judgment is connected to a fear of being misunderstood and a fear of not even being enough. So I want you to watch the next video in this course because we're going to go deeper and we're going to make sure we clear out the next deep layer, the next deep pattern. So click on the next video here and let's keep going. Thanks.
That would have been the move right there. Break. Oh, all right, man. This is a long one. It's a long day. This concludes today's deep work session. I need you to please answer the prompt in the what shipped text property and map each numberless response into the appropriate text property, period. What we did today is we had to refine the long form template for the EFT stuff because it was not so optimized and I needed it to be really clear and distilled. And so we finally did that. And now we have the output getting generated how we needed to, which is great. And I also created a long form EFT video and scheduling it to upload. And now the next step is just to keep doing the process over and over again. Soraya should be around 17 or 18 or damn. Please look at the SOC Production Hub database and then also look at the playlist, period. Please look at the playlist database first. Playlist idea first from section D in specifics, and also the idea for the playlist, period. The idea for this entire course that I'm doing is for EFT, for purpose-driven people that may have a fear of being seen and heard. So the idea is
We need to create individual pieces of content that goes into the course / playlist, period. I just created 2 videos for EFT, which are the EFT for posting anxiety and the EFT for fear of judgment and criticism. If you look at the SOC Production Hub database, though, you'll notice that there's some titles that have nothing to do with EFT. So I'm not sure if that was intended or what. But either which way, I'm asking for an updated order set of videos. Because we did the You Are Made of Parts as video number 1. Then number 2 is Start Here, EFT for purpose-driven people. And then we had number 3, EFT for posting anxiety. And then number 4 was EFT for judgment and criticism, period. I need you to basically give Notion AI instructions on how to renumber the appropriate videos in order, like the highest ROI videos in order. Okay. And tell Notion AI what to do. There is no deleting of any videos in the SOC Production Hub database. I just need the highest ROI EFT videos. Highest That was great. Read the following instructions from ChatGPT and execute, please. Period. You are not deleting any videos. All you're doing is just restructuring the number for each episode in the episode property list. Ah, fuck. Just keep working, man.
Man, that's a really fast process now. Yep. It's a very fast process now. There's like nothing special about this now. Hmm. There's like nothing special about any of this. Wow. And then I just literally just go here and what else do I do for the thumbnail? All right, stop caring. It's crazy how like there's like nothing special about this now. That's what makes it so interesting. It doesn't even matter. Yep.
reverse that though. That would have been really nice to know. Hmm. Hmm. Yep. There you go. Done. A good thing I did all that extra work in the beginning. Next. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Okay, now audit these titles. And for the videos that don't specifically say EFT tapping for X, Y, and Z, XYZ, tapping for XYZ, comma, those titles need to be updated. So find those titles and then tell Notion AI what to update here. And we need to hit on real pain points for people that are going through serious issues with not posting on content or something like this, whether it's like their attachment to the outcome or it's like they get a visceral reaction for whenever they get comments or likes or dislikes or whatever. We need to make sure we are incorporating those. So find the titles that do not have anything to do with EFT and they're like, I guess, explainer videos, and change that around and tell Notion AI which ones to change. Shane. The fuck? All right. Yeah, doing one video at a time is not going to be good. This is not going to be good. Doing one video at a time here. Give Notion AI instructions. Oh my goodness. I gotta stop. Oh boy. This freaking fly.
I'm gonna get you. What is that? It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have to dissolve the shadow with unconditional love and light. Okay, I think I understand. Enlightened part, can you help me with this? No, but there is another part that can. Who are you? I'm the shaman part. And together, we're gonna alchemize the shadow with our sacred medicine. Now let's send the shadow back to God's light with some hape and ho'oponopono prayers. Repeat after me. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, shadow, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. Oh no, there will be more of me. Holy wow, I feel so much lighter. Thanks, shaman part. Thank you, enlightened part. Now let's celebrate. Now let's celebrate.
That's so terrible. That's so terrible. It's funny. To me.
I'm gonna get you. What is that? I'm gonna get you. What is that? It's your shadow. You It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not. You're not based in who you are. You are. It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have to dissolve. It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have to dissolve the shadow. It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have to dissolve the shadow with unconditional love and light. Okay. I'm gonna get you. What is that? I'm gonna get you. What is that? It's your shadow. What is that? It's your shadow. You still have. What is that? It's your. It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have to dissolve the shadow. It's your shadow. You still have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who have unresolved wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have
Resolve wounds because you're not based of wounds because you're not based in who you are. You have to dissolve the shadow with unconditional love and light. Okay, I think I understand. Enlightened part, can you help me with this? No, but there is another part that can. Who are you? Enlightened part, can you help me with this? No, but there is another part that can. Who are you? I'm your shaman part. And together, we're gonna alchemize the shadow with our sacred medicine. Now let's send the shadow back to God's shadow with our sacred medicine. Now let's send the shadow back to God's light with some hape and ho'oponopono prayers. Repeat after me.
That's funny.
I'm your shaman part. And together, we're gonna alchemize the shadow with our sacred medicine. Now let's send the shadow back to God's light with some shaman part. And together, we're gonna alchemize the shadow with our sacred medicine. Now let's send the shadow back to God's light with some Now let's send the shadow back to God's light with some hape and ho'oponopono prayers. Repeat after me. I love you. I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. I love you, shadow, and I apologize. Please forgive me. Thank you. Oh no, there will be more of me. Holy wow, I feel so much lighter. Thanks, shaman part. Much lighter. Thank you, enlightened part. Holy wow, I feel so much lighter. Thanks, shaman part. Thank you, enlightened part. Now let's celebrate. Lighter. Thanks, shaman part. Thanks, shaman part. Thank you, enlightened part. Now let's so much lighter. Thanks, shaman. Holy wow, I feel so much lighter. Thanks, shaman part. Thank you, enlightened part. Now let's celebrate. More of me. Holy wow, I feel so much lighter. Thanks, shaman part. Thank you, enlightened part. Now let's celebrate. It's terrible. But that's why you gotta like it. This is gonna be over. Good enough. Good enough, man.
That's good. Hmm. That's funny. That's terrible. That's terrible. That's so terrible. I just have to post it now because it's just that bad. All right, that's gonna have to do it for today.